Hi, I'm Brandon Gordon Gab. Excuse me about that stream. Obviously, they don't want to hear no woke black shit. They don't want to hear anything woke, productive, and progressive. My stream was cut short just now. I had to report that person. So, the topic is reparations. And how to solve reparations, and I'm not even started on half the shit that pissed me off. Right now, we're just talking about reparations. If you want reparations, the idea is this. This is not the first time I said it. This is not going to be the last time I said it. In order to get reparations, free education, and a housing voucher for 5 years. Free college education. And a housing voucher for 5 years. That way, the economy stays running. Landlords and or renters still make their money. Well, not landlords. Yeah, landlords. Whoever, they still make their money. I left my glass on the goddamn ship. People can own homes, and the government will still get their money. As far as banks getting mortgages and stuff, they can still get their money. And the world keeps turning like nothing happened. Anybody that think reparations is everybody gets $1 million, you're drunk. You're drunk as fuck. It's never ever gonna happen. You'll be fighting for reparations as long as you think that that's gonna happen and it's supposed to happen. You're drunk. I implore you to put the weed down, put the alcohol down. Math. Just did the math. Let's go back over the math. Here in Chicago, I think I cut it by $1. But minimum wage is $15. Let's do it again because, okay. $15 times an 8-hour workday is $120 a day. A minimum of 5 days working gives you $600 a week. $600 times 52 weeks is $31,200. $31,200 a year times 5 years is $156,000 per individual. So as a single person, in 5 years, they'll have had roughly a $56,000. I say roughly because taxes, the city gotta work. You gotta keep running. So roughly 156,000. Think of your car note, insurance, food, and taxes that they take out. Electricity, stuff like that. Gotta be paid. It's mandatory. It's not a if and or a but. Shit's mandatory. So you're still looking at no less than $100,000 in 5 years. No less. So to say that don't close the wealth gap, you're drunk. You know? Because you're making that money on top of them paying your rent money. Your rent money don't matter at this point, or your mortgage don't matter in that number because it's not being taken out of your overall financial payments. Because the government is paying a voucher, a stipend to these companies. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. So you're not paying rent. You're not paying mortgage for 5 years. Now, if each individual save, like I said, we're gonna go with the gross, which is 156,000. If I'm married, we multiply that by 2, which is 312,000. That's for 5 years. That's for one voucher, right? If I'm married. Now, me and my wife, we decide to use my voucher the first 5 years. We use her voucher the following 5 years to pay off the rest if we still got a mortgage, if it ain't paid off by then. We use her mortgage, her 5 years for the house. So we're still not paying mortgage for 10 years. We're not paying rent for 10 years. We're both working 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. That saves us, that's 312,000 times 2. That's $624,000. That's $500,000. And that's just to say marriage. Now, if we want to go a little, if we want to do more to be like potential earnings, I got 3 brothers. No, I got 2 brothers. I got 2 brothers that live here. It's 4 of us all together. And a sister. But I'm going to use my sisters that live here. My brothers that live here. Even though we got families and stuff, if all 3 of us decide we're going to buy us a 3-story building, one of us use our voucher, that's 156,000 per individual, per brother. So 156,000 times 3, which is $468,000. You know, and that's all 3 of us saving our money. That's how much we save as a group for 5 years. Right? We save $156,000 together as an individual. Our combined gross is $468,000 for 5 years. Now we multiply that by 3. That's $1,400,000. $404,000. Because we could use my voucher for 5 years. We could use my brother's voucher for 5 years. And we could use my other brother voucher for the following 5 years after that. So 15 years. And this is with adults. We're adults at this point. Not to mention, like, my daughter is 17. You know? I got one of my brothers are married. You know, the other one, he got his girlfriend. To be like How long can we extend this? We could probably get more property, except you see how the plan that I just put forth can change generational wealth within our generation alone, yet alone our kids not even touching their 5 years until they go out on their own, because they could live with mom and pops. Like I said, that's together we pool our money. Generational wealth is what we're creating. With reparations, we're supposed to change the gap of generational wealth. And that creates generational wealth. Then on top of that, we could go to school for free. Higher education such as college. A lot more people would go to college if college is free. They don't have to worry about paying it off and being in debt. So now not only are we financially competent, educational wise, we should have built ourselves up to be competent in the world, such as the workforce or business force, entrepreneurship. Get what I'm saying? That's my plan for reparation. If everybody think they just gonna give you $1 million, they not. If they ever gave you $1 million, they gonna give you $1 million, and price of eggs is gonna be $1,000. Think I'm a liar if you want. I believe that's the most obtainable way to get reparations. You know, it's a lot that I could have just went crazy on that I saw. So I'm like, let's stay positive. No social media do that to you. Like, I take on the reparation talk. Your life could change. Like, how many people believe their life could change if they didn't have to pay rent? I can still make some money and I ain't got to pay rent. But the only way you get that is if you work, at least a part-time job. If you choose to work full-time or part-time, it's your business. If you choose to take full advantage of it, that's your business. I get everybody don't have family that they could team up with like that. Everybody don't have friends they could team up with like that. But, like I said, you got to play smart. You could go and get you a 3-story building before you start that 5 years. Live on one floor and rent out the other 2 floors while the government is paying your mortgage. Make sure if I was you, I make sure I move people in that's getting their mortgage paid. Everybody wins. The government wins because they, for sure, get their money back. They give the money to the bank. The banks, in turn, pay off the government. People are housed. More people are more confident spending because they have money to spend. When people have money to spend, they give back to the economy. Giving back to the economy means more tax money. More tax money means the government has more money to give. Everybody's working. There's unemployment rate goes down. Everybody's still doing their fair share. Bankers don't lose. The housing market don't crumble. The economy will pick up because more people got more money to spend into the economy. We get our reparation. The only thing would be, like I said, when we know we're hitting that mark as people of color, it would be to have kind of create our own task force to make sure, or create a task force to make sure that we're the equality, when it comes to equality of property management, people not getting fucked on property deals. Just like they fuck people out of car notes and shit. Here's a car you can't afford with interest. We'll make it affordable with interest payments you can't afford. You can't afford the interest. You can afford the car, but you can't afford the interest. So that people don't get fucked in a deal like that. Sure, you can own the building, you can afford the building, but you can't afford the interest. Because that's how the economy ended up fucked again. Because it wasn't the people that want to do better that fucked the economy. It was the people that preyed on those people. They fucked the economy. Trying to make a quick dollar, not thinking about the long run. They fuck the economy. Not the people that actually want to do better. So, I believe that's the best way to obtain it. Without anybody losing, without the economy falling apart, without ridiculous ass stipulations. The world continues to turn as it is. Just, here's, the driving force now. Everybody still got to work, and give their fair share. Because that's the only way that the country works. No country works without a class, without the people themselves work, not just like a lower class people. Without everybody working, no country works. None. Tell me one country where nobody works and it still thrives. None, because it don't exist. Even animals figure that out. Animals running prides and shit. At lions, everybody got their job. Here's your task. Motherfucker, if you don't get up and run and chase that fucking hyena, we not gonna eat. Ants, everybody have their job. A wolf pack, everybody has their job. You know, and then you got solo-based animals. And it's like, if they definitely don't work, they don't eat. So they gotta be on top of their job. This is just nature. Everybody gotta contribute for the shit to work. Now, with that said, I could give you my off-the-wall theories. My Nicolas Cage National Treasure Da Vinci Code conspiracies. So, this contradicts the whole reparation thing a little bit, because reparations is built on the fact that we didn't get paid for a job. We're private contractors that didn't get paid for a job. You can call yourself slaves if you want. I prefer the term private contractors that got stiffed on the bill. First of all, we were sold a dream. I have a dream. And it wasn't by Martin Luther King. It was by the kings and queens of Egypt. I'm blaming Egypt. I know they like to tell you that those slave ships landed on the coast, but it don't make sense. Here's why it don't make sense. No, the ships probably came, they probably shipped people off on the coast. But it don't make sense. Just the war in the Middle East. Do you know why there's a war in the Middle East? It's a little bit more than religion. You know, it's about who occupied the land first. Do you know why they're arguing about who occupies the land first? Because Africa, Europe, and Asia all meet in the Middle East. That's 3 continents that meet in the Middle East. Now, history has shown us that Africa had great kings and pharaohs and queens. And they're the closest African country of popularity, at least, to the Middle East. Africa is like a stone's throw away from the Middle East. Not Africa, Egypt is a stone's throw away from the Middle East. And this is why I believe that although Egyptians are Africans, they are depicted as lighter and fairer skinned, because their bloodline has already mixed with people in the Middle East. They mixed with the whites, they mixed with the Asians. The only thing that they didn't have over there was Hispanics, which is why we came to America, North America, because all the Hispanics, or Spanish people, I should say, are in South America. So, the fight in the Middle East is who was there first. Were the blacks there? Were the whites there? Were the Asians there? Well, everybody was there anyway, because it's just land that connect greater lands. You know, the first people to occupy it, if you ask me, it was merchants. Merchants that traveled from Africa to Europe, or Africa to Asia, from Europe to Africa, from Europe to Asia, from Asia to Europe, Asia to Africa. The merchants that was like, this is the walkway. It's like people posting up at a gas station. People got to come through this way to get here. To go to either one of these places, people have to come through here. So the merchants from all three continents are the ones that posted up first. Because it's just where the money's at. Because people gotta come through here to go through here. To go to here. Or to go to there. Now, kings and queens and people who call themselves the ruling class, they came together. We're gonna call it, it's like the Illuminati, the illuminated ones. People with power and influence. They came together and they decided, like I said, they like, shit, you know, we need to go hang with the Hispanics, with the Spanish people. Why? Because everybody came together to mix breed. We all got the same thing in common. Food, fucking, and living. Like I said, that's why, you know, Egypt is depicted as lighter, if you ask me. That's why, you know, the neighboring, like, nobody's necessarily a full race in the Middle East. Everybody's mixed. Everybody look mixed. They don't look full Asian. They don't look full black. They don't look full white. Because everybody's fucking. Everybody's bronze because when you mix colors, the golden ratio is bronze. Bronze or copper. Got those mulatto babies down there. You know? But this is the nobody looks at a fucking map. Look at a map of the Middle East and you see it's a small strip of land like Central America where people come together. But look at a fucking map. 3 countries come together. This is fucking common sense once you put together all the context clues so you know how to fucking read. So they all sat and they were like, we need new land. You know, so we can all come together and fuck. And we bought North America as a group. The blacks, the Asians, and the Europeans. They put together their wealth and riches to buy North America as a group. Who did they buy North America from? Who lives in South America? The Spanish. You gonna tell me the Spanish lived in South America? Like, we even bought like parts of Texas and shit from the Spanish. You gonna tell me they lived in South America and never walked their ass through Central America to North America, and the Spanish conquistadors were conquerors, but they never walked north of the continent. They just went overseas. They said, fuck the north side of the continent. We don't give a fuck about that shit. We gonna go what's on the other side of the water, not where we can fucking walk. Don't make sense. Now, if they killed off the indigenous people of North America, that's a whole different conversation. But American history says that a lot of America was Hispanic, red faces. Have you seen a Mexican in the sun? Not to be rude. They get very, very red. They almost turn orange. So, we pulled together our money to come to America. Everybody had their part. Like, Asians built the railroad, the Europeans supplied the boats, the ships for everybody to get here. And we were the brains and the strength. We were actually brains and bronze. Everybody talk about how we taught the Europeans about, you know, washing and how to irrigate the land and build this and build that. We were all this shit, you know, but we couldn't build boats after we were free slaves. We didn't know how to build fucking ships to get back home. But we built the fucking country, worked the fields, all this shit, but we couldn't build a fucking boat to get back home. You nuts. The plan was never for us to go back. So the illuminated ones, the Illuminati, we were going to call it, are the ones that made the deal. And the ones that understand that a deal was made. And then this is why segregation happened. Segregation was splitting up of the pot. 40 acres and a mule. We all pulled together our 40 acres to create our communities, black communities. You know, they get pulled together their 40 acres to have white communities. They pulled together their 40 acres to have Asian communities. Blacks, Hispanics, Asians, and whites all have their own community. Every city you go to, everybody have their own community. Everybody was paid a piece of the pot, which is the new fucking land. Which is why we didn't have to go home. So, you know, it's tough because we're arguing history that we weren't there for. Everybody's arguing history we weren't there for. You know, something incriminating like slavery, like, you know, people owned the people and treated them harshly like that. I don't think that there's any, I don't think there would be any evidence of some shit like that happening. So we all split up the pie, which is America. So we had to make sure everybody got a piece of the pie. Like I said, grain of salt. So we split up the country. Segregation. Now that everybody got a piece of the pie. They're like, I don't know. I feel like your slice is bigger than mine. They're all the same pie. It's all the same size. I don't know. Can't trust the white man. You know? But we all got a piece of the pie. Motherfuckers got a bigger piece of the pie or whatnot. That's debatable. And that's why they trying to let's debate it then, motherfucker. But we all got our own neighborhoods, which is splitting up the land, every city. And it's all uniform. For the most part. Blacks on the south side, Hispanics on the east side, whites on the north, and every city got a Chinatown. They got their own little area. It's all uniform. So, if you ask me, I don't know too much about reparation. Just given that information, and that's why they who's trying to keep whom in the dark. Our own people sold us over here. And it's not like they just underhandedly sold us, if you want to go with the slave thing. But they sold us the idea of occupying a new land. 40 acres and the mule was determined way before we even came here. No? But that's one of my crazy theories. Like I said, the pie was already split up. What happened? Too close to the start. What the? Take me aboard, Scotty. So there's that. That's one of my crazy conspiracy theories. It was determined way before. People forget that they're fighting over who was there first. That's why they, again, trying to claim to land. And that probably was an argument way before, which made the next generation, like Hathaway's and the McCoys, Romeo and Juliet. We're going to use Romeo and Juliet. So the kids were like, go start our own place. Let them argue about that shit. So we all ran away together. Like, because they trying to argue about land that ain't, like, if everybody keeps saying you can't own land, you know, but everybody wants to own the land. I'm fine, man. All right, Egypt right there. So this is why Egypt is always brought up in history. They're one of the big wigs, one of the big three. Shit. I have to delete that. And that's why I was like, shit. But I tell you, no bullshit. No bullshit. No, I really didn't have to build this. It's just a paradise planet. Came here for salvage goods. Salvage shit. I really didn't have to build this. When you talk truth, they try to kill you. They already tried to end the stream. And I cut his feed, cut his feed. So, grain of salt. I'm not saying it's true, but I'm saying the context clues are there. I already tried to silence a brother. Making it look even more suspicious, if you ask me. But if they came out with the truth, which is, hey, we all were kind of in on it together, things would work out a little bit better. Like I said, slavery isn't my history. I'm not taking slave. I don't give a fuck. Bigger, stronger, smarter, according to most. This is how people want to describe us, which is why we're the biggest threat. No. We're sophisticated, all this stuff. created irrigation and, you know, building techniques and all this bullshit. But 300 people, 300 whites came and was like, all right, you Negroes, let's go. And they just kidnapped the nigga. Some shit just don't make sense. They didn't kidnap a nigga. They kidnapped thousands and thousands of us. Because they still had to have enough room, including their crew, to bring enough people back. That don't make sense to me. You didn't have enough manpower. I used this example before. What am I gonna need? Chromatic? No, metal plate. Like, what am I gonna run out of? Imagine somebody coming to your house. Like, I'm about to whoop your ass, drag you out this shit, and you got 6 brothers and sisters. You got 6 brothers, 6 sisters. You know that's 13 of y'all. Motherfucker, like, I'm gonna beat your ass and drag you out that house. You be like, I'll show you a drunk motherfucker. And that's the same thing you're telling me happened with slavery. In essence, one motherfucker was like, I'm gonna come over there, beat y'all ass, and drag y'all out y'all house. One motherfucker. $13 to 1. And that's being nice. Talking about he was looking for India. Why I look like Boo Boo the Fool? Europe right there. Nigga could walk to India. Tell me the bullshit. We all were in on it, man. That's why we're supposed to accept religion. I'm not here to attack religion. Don't get your panties up in a bunch. But How much lies are you willing to accept? You know? God damn it. How many lies are you willing to accept? What can we feed you? Because India is part of Asia. Asia is right there, nigga. You can walk to Asia. Indians are black and Asian. That's why they have darker skin than most Asian. Because they mix with the Africans that's right there, creating the Indian people. That's why they like, the description of Jesus. People want to say it's a black person. Me personally, given the region, he could technically be he's a mixture of all of races. So he definitely has some African in him. But what mixture? Knowing probably a mixture, he probably has some of everything in his blood. That's why the Europeans claim him. That's why the blacks claim him. No. Has some of everything in his blood. They call, it's Buddha. It ain't Buddha. They meant to say, brother. Brother man. But that's Thai, I think. Anyway, getting a little distracted. But mixed. I'm telling you. So everybody need to come together. Fuck. Goddamn storm crystals. I'll get those in a minute. I guess I could use these back here. But yeah, man. Grain of salt, though. Jesus is next. I do believe Jesus existed somewhere. I got into it with a lady the other day about Jesus. I ain't gonna say got into it, but she basically almost told me I'm going to hell. I gave her my take on Jesus. She ain't want to say it, but no. She like, do you believe? She's like, do you believe in the Bible? She like, yeah, I think that's how it started. I believe in God. She's like, do you believe that, Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior or something to that? I'm like, I believe Jesus was a man, son of God, because we're all technically children of God. But when it comes to it, I got beef with how people put it. Because there's only one God. And if you're telling me to believe in the Bible, no one shall be praised as God. So my beef comes with people making Jesus out to be God. So that's my beef. Nope. If there's only one God, how can we put, Jesus on that pedestal? Because people like to say Jesus is God. Jesus ain't God. There's only one God, man. No. Not to be rude. I can't condone that. Jesus is God. So that's my problem with that conversation. It's like, fuck you, you little prick. But I stand by that. I really, truly do. Do I believe Jesus is Son of God? Yeah. I believe that Jesus was, at least that sanctified. Yeah. Everybody's not, horrible out here. But there's always a but with you, isn't there? I like big butts and I cannot lie. Jesus ain't God. Anybody that comes preaching that Jesus is God shit, it says he's the Son of God. Son of God is not God. No one shall be praised higher than God. There's only one God, man. So, when you coming here with that bullshit, take the long walk off a short pier, sister. Anyway, give me a second. I'll be right back. Guess who's back? Back again. Brandon's back. Hello, friend. Guess who's back? Yes, I'm black. Guess who's back? Don't get jacked. Alright, I came here for ferrite dust. This was not what I was supposed to be doing.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Get the whip. We got a little bit I could get from here. So there's a lot that I've seen. There's a lot that pissed me off. Like social media pissed me off. Taxation of the rich versus the poor. While I'm not filthy stinking rich yet, I do believe that they should not be taxed different than others. What's the car? I don't believe they should be taxed different from others. 10% is 10%. Your 10% and their 10% look completely different. They try to confuse you the way they put shit. Do you think it's fair they pay the same amount as you? They have more money. Like, no. They shouldn't pay the same amount as me. I'm poor. We're not talking about the same dollar value, kid. Youngin. People assume it's the same dollar value. It's not the same dollar value. It's the same percentage value. 10% is 10%. 10% of a dollar is 10 cents. 10% of $10 is $1. Get what I'm saying? In this case, you have $1, you're paying 10 cents. In this case, they have 10. They're paying $1. Y'all not paying the same dollar amount. Don't let them confuse you. That's why education is important. Get what I'm saying? They try to make it sound like you pay 10 cents and they pay 10 cents. I know they already pay more than you technically in dollar amount. But imagine going to the store, and they're like, you make 100,000 a year. The person behind you make 50,000 a year. So eggs for you are $10. Eggs for the person behind you is $5. Like, that's unfair. Now I can agree on that. That's unfair. And that's what people are trying to get them to do by wording things wrong. They want to make a carton of eggs $10 for one person and $5 for the next. When it's already expensive as hell. Sorry, I've been playing games for everything trying to kill me. Or would have been my first option. But that's what they want you to do. They want you to believe the bullshit. And what's the bullshit? That y'all both paying 10 cents. I know. What's 10% of a million? Just to be sure.
10% of a million, 1 million, is 100,000. 100,000.
100,000. Why are you worried about paying $10 in tax? They pay $100,000 every million. You pay $10 every 100. You get $200, you pay $20 in taxes. They pay $200,000 in taxes. And you talking about they not being taxed their fair share. Just want to make sure I give the right numbers. I think last time I said it was 10,000. Wait, that ain't right. Now imagine wanting them to pay more. Now, here's the argument for the rich people. Because you like, they got more, they should pay more. They like, I pay $100,000 per million. Motherfuckers need to come up with more money to match me. Like, that ain't fair, because everybody always look at the disparity. But imagine giving $100,000 per million. Like, how much you pay in taxes? I just made $1 million, paid $100,000. Damn, you paid $100,000 in taxes? I only paid $10. You only paid $10 in taxes? The fuck? Right? Because everybody look at where their money's going, and everybody get pissed when they got to spend money. Nobody, no matter how much money you got, you get pissed when you got to spend money on bullshit. which people think taxes are bullshit. It's a little bit, it's not, it's iffy. Technically. It's a little bit of bullshit. It's a little bit of not bullshit. It's in the middle. Because we give everything a financial value. Taxes. We need tax money.
Technology recharge.
But the real value comes from resources. So, what can we afford in resources is the real value. Money's paper. I said we need this paper
Technology
to buy shit, yes. But money's paper. I seen Hustle and Flow. I seen a bitch give a motherfucker a blowjob to get a song on the radio. Money ain't the only way to make shit move. All I'm saying. Go beat a guy off under a table, you might get a promotion. Just saying. You know? How much imagine being like, I made all this money by taking pictures. By letting people take pictures with me. His service, Chris Brown, service, I'll take a picture with you for $1,000. Get what I'm saying? He didn't need to come up with a great invention. He don't need to work. He don't need to sell shit because he like, I'll take pictures with bitches. What was his trade for the money? So we trade money for things. And you could trade services. You could trade favors. You could trade goods to make shit happen. So money isn't necessarily the biggest factor in the world. It's a piece of paper. Money's supposed to represent what you call the shits? Our resources. Not just gold, but whatever our resources is. You know, whether it be metals, whether it be copper, you know, things to make chips, things to make buildings. You know, what do we have that another country don't have? That they're willing to give us shit for. You know, and at the end of the day, if it's like, I don't know, give me some paper. And paper? Yeah, we need the good paper to wipe our ass with. Find out that the paper money is printed on is the best money to wipe your ass. It's the best leaves. Because remember, people used to trade leaves and shit. Like, money didn't exist. They traded shit. Most valuable thing with leaves. Leaves to wipe your ass with. Give a nice long stroke. Ugh. Do you wipe up or down? Wipe up. and then down, or down and then up until your butt starts your chief. Anyway, that's not the point. No, money don't really mean shit. Money represents the resources we have. When they give people more money, when they give people more money, the price of food goes up because food is our most valuable resource. We gotta feed the country. So, if we want our dollar to mean anything, we have to find ways to grow more food. Because once we have a surplus of food, then the price of food goes down. You know, in all honesty, like I said, the taxation comes from the shit we need from other countries. Value that we get from other countries. It's really it's a tool used to keep people working. To be honest, it's a tool used to keep people working. Why? Because we need all hands on deck. Only way society works is if all people work together. And we want to be one of the best. We are a competitive country. Countries that aren't competitive, they tend to do a little worse off than us. When I say competitive, it's competitive as we're the best people in the world. People that don't really care to be the best people in the world, they don't, you kind of end up, not that they don't want to be the best people in the world. Okay, first you got people that don't want to be the best people in the world. The country not going to thrive. It's going to be like Bart. Let somebody else do it. We don't care about how people get shelter. Like, everybody has shelter. Everybody has food. Everybody has a way to get around. Nobody has, there's no need for greed. There's no need for envy. There's no need for hate. Because everybody have. We're all equal. That's the idea that we're trying to reach. It's easier said than done. Amongst small groups of people, it's a lot easier. Some tribes, they live happily ever after. Might not have the modern shit. They like, shit, we all got food. We all fucking. We all got a shelter over our head. What more is there that we need? That's why there's a difference between tribe and a country. But even that requires everybody to pitch in. You can't afford to have people not pitching. So we have a thing called money. It's the motivation. Let's say America, as long as we trust the system. I know it's hard for people to be like, black people to be like, trust the system. But as long as we trust the system, technically, we should have enough food for everybody to eat properly. Because we know it's like catering a party. How many people coming to the party. This is why we do, everybody got to register and all this shit, IDs and all this shit. How many people are coming to the party? Do we got enough food for how much? Damn, that's a lot of people. Do we got enough food for those people for the year? That's why it's important to have your information up so everybody could get their fair share. But people don't like to do it because they like, nah, man, they gonna feed us. They gonna want us to do some shit. Don't trust the system, y'all. Well, you're damn right. No? Man, fuck that shit. Some people don't want to do shit. That's why they like here. They don't work, they don't get money. If you don't work, you don't get money. If you don't contribute to society, you don't get money. It's the same thing as saying if you don't work, you don't get a roof over your head. You don't get bitches, and you don't get anything. And in the grasshopper, you can either be an ant or you can be a grasshopper. The grasshopper died. I don't know what story of Ant and the Grasshopper y'all got. Every book I read, the grasshopper died. Winter came, the grasshopper had no roof over their head, cold, starved to death. And the ant was looking from outside the window, the anthill window, and was like, ha, fuck you! Eating his soup, drinking his coffee. And talk that shit now. How I feel out there, grasshopper? Money determines who was an ant and who was a grasshopper. That's why they're about to hit that fraud shit so hard. All these grasshoppers about to be exposed. Because we can't have grasshoppers in our shits.
Technology recharge.
Bringing the colony down. Wolf in sheep clothing. The snake in the garden. So they about to go after the snake in the garden. Because there's people out here that work. That's why they're about to get like these corrupt politicians. I'm telling you. No, I don't know. It's just something that makes me say that. Because most times I feel like, hate motherfuckers like that. I work so hard, to see motherfuckers that don't do shit get rewarded. But some feel different. Feel like motherfuckers, you know, gonna get their due. Goddamn. Just close to my damn house. Whoops. I don't know. With shit like the Bears leaving, supposedly leaving Chicago or this close leaving Chicago. No? Like, how fucked up did you make the city? We lost a lot of big companies. But, you know, it's about time. The reason I say it's about time is nobody wanted to listen when it was like when all the people started leaving. The people started leaving the city first. Like, oh, ain't nothing wrong. Chicago cool. No, they hit the what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to word it properly. There's a lot of, they hit what companies say. It's just one person. How many times, like, I stopped shopping with a couple businesses myself over the past few years. They will not get my money. Like, shit. It'll be somebody that wanna. And that was their attitude. You know, fuck them. If they don't want to stay, you know, we got a bunch of illegal immigrants that want to come in anyway. Somebody want to stay here. Now they sent in ICE. Like, shit getting out of hand. You know? Nah, it's not like you're inviting the most honest people in here right now. We're already under bad, you know, it's already looking bad. Like, it's not as bad as it looked. What's that? Ooh. Ooh, I forgot about that. I did buy a bunch of stuff. No, ooh. Okay. I was looking for the nutrient processor. That's what I was looking for. Did I miss it? God damn it. Get that Atlantean while I'm out there. Actually. But yeah, the attitude was, fuck it, somebody else will want to live here anyway. Fuck them if they don't want to live here. Like, we get new people to live. New people that live, not necessarily the greatest at the moment. No, I love my Hispanic people. It's not necessarily my Mexican people. No, you got, everybody's not bad. Grain of salt at the moment. Hear me out. Everybody's not bad, and I agree that everybody's not bad. But when you got Africans coming over, you got Venezuelans coming over, you got all these people coming over, and they are causing part of the rise in crime. It's hard to be like, it's hard to ignore it. The Venezuelans into it with the Mexicans right now, and the Puerto Ricans. Motherfuckers having shootouts and all types of shit. I need emerald. Do I got some emerald? Like, shit's real out here. You got Africans coming in. Like I said, I almost got jumped by 2 Africans the other day. It's like coming into the store stealing. But that's what happened when the people that actually believed in the city, like, fuck this shit, I'm not staying here. Bunch of bullshit. They left. Like, fuck them. They could go. Stores do that too. People like, it's only one customer. But when you ignore the problem, which is poor customer service, or the problem of not taking care of your people, no matter how many more people come in, you still gonna lose people. Still gonna lose. You lose because you never fixed the problem, which was you. Like, fuck them. And that's what's happening with the city. People started to leave first. Like, fuck them. It's more people. Then it got violent because the new people weren't, because all the good people left. And I ain't gonna say, oh, I'm still here. I'm a good person. I'm trying to believe in my city, but I'm like, when my daughter turned 18, my cousin asked me to come to New Mexico. Like, I'll hook you up with a job here and all that shit. So I might go out to New Mexico. I'm not sure yet. My daughter be 18 going to college. There ain't no guarantee that she gonna stay here. Can I open that? Can't really open that. Oh yeah, that was for... That gonna be another room? Oh, these were gonna be rooms. Those 2 were gonna be rooms. There's something I was gonna put here. Oh, the antimatter thing. Antimatter reactor. Shit. Should have got from Storm Crystals. You come with me. can't use it. It sucks. To be honest. Not that it don't look bad. Not that it looks bad. But you know, people left. Your new customer base. God, they mimic the regime. Don't give a fuck. You did not give a fuck. So they don't give a fuck. Your attitude was fuck it. Their attitude is fuck it. Then the good businesses started to leave. Because your attitude is fuck it. It's only one business. Now the businesses and the jobs are leaving in a mass light. Because your attitude was fuck it. You know, it's like a person that's like, fuck them hoes. Wonder why they can't get a bitch. So you all bitches are hoes. That's why you only deal with bitches and hoes. Bill Gluckman down with the bitches and hoes. But you get what I'm saying, man? You get what I'm saying? Don't hook those up to those batteries. Oh, those are the batteries. My dumb ass. It's their attitude. It's only one. Now you like, you know, fuck them. Trying your best to hold on to the beers. But your attitude to the beer, to the shits was fuck 'em. Then you didn't think that they'd leave for real. Baby, don't go. Baby, please. I can change, baby. Attitude was fuck 'em. To only say fuck somebody so many times before they bounce. And now the problem with that is when buildings are going, not building, the businesses are going to Magnificent Mile, it's horrible. Try to blame it on COVID, but we all know they use it as an excuse to be like, you know, get your shit together or we're out. You didn't believe it? We out. They got the fuck up out of there. You know, but when you want to keep it hush hush, that's easy to keep hush hush, right? You got COVID to blame, but losing a team, that shit's just, that's national news. That's a national team. Can't just keep that hush hush. What the fuck are you doing wrong? They lost the Bears. Like, goddamn, Chicago love the Bears, even though they've been getting their ass beat. Don't look bad on us. Look bad on y'all. I'm gonna be all like I told you so. Say I'm ready to leave, and the whole point of me not leaving the city was because I'm like, I said this literally verbatim. You know, if all the good people leave, then what's gonna become of the city? All the good people leave, you know, how can we expect it to get better? Because the only people that want to leave, people that's fed up. What, I need more nip bud. It's people that's fed up. They fed up of trying hard for what? For motherfuckers not to work, cheat the system, and you know, rent goes up, tax go up, food go up, mortgage go up, everything goes up. Why we motherfuckers like me putting on makeup, clown makeup to go to work. I need storm crystals too. Let's see what all I need. Gamma root. I ain't got no gamma root. No, I didn't sell all my gamma root. How the fuck I ain't got no gamma root? No, I didn't sell all my gamma root. I keep 2 of everything. Get pyrite. Indium. But that's why they left. You can't deny facts. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, proof is in the pudding. Proof is in the pudding. So now you got to worry about a national team. running off. And it's going to be national news because the city, the state, didn't do what was necessary. What fault was that? You watch your people leave, you watch your businesses leave, your city get progressively worse, and then your major city outside of the capital get progressively worse. And now that franchise, a franchise that represents them is about to leave. During election time, all this is happening, coming up during election time. You ever seen somebody be like, it's not a problem, it's not a problem? It indeed was a problem.
Incoming storm. Technology recharge.
Need nip bud. Show. Cactus flesh, right? Gamma root. Need gamma root. Fight the mayor of Jaws. They could have sold Soldier Field to the owner of the Bears, who's willing to pay. Motherfucker, like, I'll pay the taxes. I'll do all that shit. Just give me Soldier Field. They're like, nah, fuck that. You can't get Soldier Field. Why not? Because it's not like Soldier Field's the fucking United Center. The United Center hosts all the parties. Not Soldier Field. They get a few, but they're afraid of losing the revenue that Soldier Field generate. Why? Because McCormick Place, which is the big expo center, don't generate enough revenue. Soldier Field is part of this public park system. It's not. It's just public. It's not privately owned. This is part of the Chicago Park District. When that money going to Soldier Field can actually go into the fucking Park District. Sell it to a private company. They're not going to make as much money as you think for private venues because you're worried about losing the private venue money. The United Center bringing all the money for the private venue, for the venue. Not fucking Soldier Field, but Soldier Field is what's keeping whole little McCormick Place alive. They have a lot of like conferences and stuff. I ain't gonna say a lot, but anything that generate public revenue, they don't have. Give up that few little dollars. But Beyonce performed there. Nigga, give up that Beyonce money. Fuck that Beyonce money. Money you using to upkeep that could go back into the fucking schools. Y'all even shut down the school. Like, you shut down the schools. Your city's getting progressively violent. You know, like, it's fucking nuts. When will you admit that there's a fucking problem? But why I can't? Honestly. Oh, that's valid. Stay all in. I already got some inside the house. I just came from somewhere where it's inside. That damn shipping away. That's the issue. That money could go back into the school district. Like, that shit could go, you know, probably the Park District. Fuck. We ain't got no money for school, but you want to spend the money on a fucking stadium? That money, you know, how much does that stadium cost a year to run? I wonder if the AI assistant can tell me that. How much does it cost to run Soldier Field a year?
The precise line-by-line operating expenses for Soldier Field are wrapped into the larger Chicago Park District budget, but the stadium costs roughly $25 million to $30 million per year to run and maintain. This operational cost is heavily outweighed by the stadium's total annual financial footprint, which includes revenue. The stadium generates about $50 million to $60 million annually through concerts, parking, and events. Net profit. It brings in a projected net operating revenue of roughly $26.6 million to fund city parks. Debt payments. Taxpayers still pay roughly $50 million annually to cover the remaining debt from the massive 2003 renovation.
It costs about $30,000. They bring in twice that, so they make roughly, I said $30,000, $30 million. They bring in roughly $60 million, so they could pay off that and make $30 million in revenue. But you can make $30 million in revenue a year, but the taxpayers have to worry about the $50 million debt. That don't make sense. 2 years that shit should have been paid off. Roughly 3 to be lenient. Then you got somebody that was willing to take that money off your hands, that expense off your hand, and pay it. Motherfucker was like, don't worry about it. We'll pay it, big dog. Oh, because you don't want to give up $30 million. That money ain't going back into the school. That money ain't going back into the park district. Because there ain't no summer programs, which is the reason why kids are running amok. This whole teen takeover shit. They ain't got shit to do. So it ain't going back into the fucking city. Man, let them get that 30 million. Let them pay off that debt. And let them pay them fucking taxes. Fuck's wrong with them? The city will always operate at a loss. That's what they not understanding. That's why he trying to hold on. So tightly to the money. Less is more. Always, we will always, forever in life run out of debt, at a deficit. Just the minimum, just the bare minimum costs money that we'll never get back. Fixing our roadways, water or plumbing, electrical work, waste management, ambulance service, police services, fire department services. That's 7 things right there that don't bring back money. These are necessities of society, not including our road work and, things like that. Bridges, infrastructure, roads, bridges, railway tracks, public transportation. No, public transportation bring in a little bit of money. Everything else don't really bring in money. The shipping companies get the money off the railways. But we got airlines, subways, all of this that don't necessarily bring back money. Not as much to keep it going. They don't bring in money. These are stuff that that taxpayer money pays for. Public education. Taxpayer money pay for this shit. The park districts. They don't bring in money. We will always and forever run at a deficit. So the problem isn't the deficit. The problem isn't the deficit. The problem is people thinking that they could balance the deficit. The problem isn't the deficit, it's people thinking they could balance the deficit. You can never make money on things that don't make fucking money. The sooner politicians realize that and stop selling that bullshit, then the faster the people realize it. And when the people realize it, then it's not necessarily how much in debt we are. Because again, the real debt isn't like shit like that. That's not real debt. The real debt comes from resource management. How much resources do we have to pass about? How much building material do we have? How much food do we have? That's the most important thing, bottom line. That's the bottom line. How much food do we have and how much houses can we build? The sooner the politicians admit this shit, that we'll always run out of deficit. But even though we'll always run out of deficit because construction workers got to get paid, garbage people got to get paid, your police officers got to get paid, fire department got to get paid, ambulance services got to get paid, road workers got to get paid. All these people got to get paid. Like I say, money is the illusion. They got to get paid because it takes people to do these jobs. And these are important jobs of society. They got to get paid. Before everybody else get paid, these motherfuckers got to get paid. Because I'll be damned if I go flush my toilet. They like, oh, toilet don't work. Our waste management people decided, fuck that shit. Literally, fuck that shit. Maybe not literally, because then you gotta fuck some shit. But you know what I mean. We will always forever run out of deficit. But to make sure that the money is going where it's supposed to go is what they're hiding. Like, what happened to the school money? Build a casino. You built a casino? Hookers and blow, man. It's like, fuck them kids. You know what I mean? Where does the money go? That's what they're hiding. We're always going to be at a deficit. Be like, is it acceptable? What our streets look like? How much you say y'all spent on road care? What our parks look like? What programs do park districts offer for families that need something for their kids to do? How much you say you spent on that? Nigga, my homie Paco could have did better than that. He could have got some water balloons and filled them bitches up with water and had the kids something to do for hours. You know? How much are we paying police to shoot people? How many people did they shoot? Is it acceptable number? Is it too much? You know? We don't pay them to shoot people. Shit, I don't know. If I'm getting robbed, I want them to pop a nigga in the ass. Bow! You know? Emergency services, things like that. Like, this is making sure that the money goes where it's supposed to go. First and foremost. How much did you say you put into the budget for that? That's like somebody saying the budget for the party was $500 for 10 people, but all you got was some streamers and a cake. What happened to the rest of the money? You spent $500 on that? Y'all didn't even put happy birthday on the cake. I had to bring my own candles. What you mean that party was $500? Who baked the cake? Yo, auntie, how much she charge? $300? Oh, y'all fucking shit up. This is what we're supposed to make sure of. If a politician sit here and say, you know, I could balance the budget, they're fucking lying. Because the important shit to begin with don't bring money fucking back. There is no return on it. There's no cash value you could put on it besides, how much did you say the project cost? How much did you put into it? And was what you put into it worth it? How much you pay that motherfucker to cut your lawn? $10? Oh, okay, that's fair. It's a little patchy. You know? Like, damn, who you got to do your lawn? I need them to do mine. You know? Quality of work is what we're looking at when we're looking at the budget. It's the quality of work worth the dollars. Yeah, they just built a casino in Chicago. I'm not playing. They shut down schools. They don't want to pay teachers, but you built a casino. They said, fuck them kids. Hookers and blow. Alright. Stay focused before I... Oh. Fuck them kids. Really? Fuck them kids? Fuck them kids. We don't need smart voters anyway. Who needs a smart voter? If they were smart, they wouldn't vote for my ass. They'd be voting for Brandon Gordon Gap. Ah, fuck it. I can't do it like that. Take pride in my work. So don't let a politician sit here and tell you, yeah, balance the budget. Like, how, nigga, this shit don't bring in money. But it gotta get done. You know, how much money does your lawn bring in? And, well, it don't really bring in any. Except people saying that's a nice lawn. But it gotta get cut. You know, how much money does your toilet bring in? Nothing. But you gotta get flushed. Now, how much money do you get teaching your kid? Nothing. But they gotta learn. They gotta get good grades. Like, hopefully that nigga develop a jump shot. Get us out the hood. Become a lawyer or something. You know? Gotta pay money for food, because somebody gotta grow that shit. Not bad, right? I think I did good. What should I call this? Who, Brandon? Brandon's a smart guy. He fell off a bit. But you know, it's grain of salt. I did, but I didn't. But I did, but I didn't. No, partly my fault, partly not. There's a part where I kind of like, I stepped back a bit. But there was a part where my Jesus complex kicked in. I went down for a lot of people bullshit. They already, like Brandon, fell off, and it was easier for me, in sense of a word, save some people, put myself on the chopping block. I blame me. Don't worry about it. Just blame me. So, grain of salt. I used to say that shit a lot. Don't worry about it, just blame me. What happened? Here's the story I got. Don't let a motherfucker know I told you. Alright, the logic behind it was this. Then this one got those. That one don't. That's why I'm like, ah, shit. Like, blame me. That motherfucker started blaming me for shit that I didn't know about. Like, what you talking about? Motherfucker said that was you. And me? She suck my dick. Me. They on their own with that. No. Get my Peter Parker on. Like, for a brilliant kid, how in the world do you not got your shit together, son? You know how it go? Too busy saving the world. Actually, I'll do that. He was one of my favorites, Spider-Man. One of my favorites. Relate to him. Wait. Ah. The hell is that teleporter at? Never enough. People know how to call you when they need you, when they need something from you. Nobody ever really there. You need them. Shit, I'm a dumbass. I'm gonna move this anyway. Right? I don't think I gotta give that its own power source. Do I gotta give that its own power source? Probably do. Son of a bitch! I'm not going back. Got some silicate. Say I got some somewhere. So, but I was trying to find my way. It's one thing to want to be the shit, and it's another thing for people to want you to be the shit. The difference is be the shit for you. When people want you to be the shit, it's usually for their own purposes. No, not unless y'all in it together. But you gotta want it like they want it. When I was at a stage in my life, like, I don't know necessarily what I want in life. You know, for people to be like, this is what you want, son, is it's like hearing the snake in your ear. So, like, I'd rather figure it out on my own for a second. You know, I walk in the desert, dry, not knowing what to do. You know, not saying that a person give you bad advice, but some things just, you know, something, what the crown weighs heavy on the head, you know, type shit. Some things only you can carry. I'd rather walk on the desert alone, lost for a moment till I figure it out, figure out my heart, you know, find God, find myself, become on the same page before I let a motherfucker sit here and tell me, like, this what you want, this what you want. You want riches and bitches. Like, well, that does sound nice, don't get me wrong. But, you know, I'm fine with one good woman. No. But I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Then when we come back, we'll do story time. Sorry, y'all. Had to take a poop. I make a poopy. Oh, my stomach's still bubbling. I think that's that milk and that coffee. Should not have had them both together.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Let's go to our reading corner. Oh my Lord. Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. And it ain't like I didn't poop. I pooped good just now. I had good poop. Stomach like you ain't done, boy. To my reading corner.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Check my text. I just got a text. Okay. We're on the final stretch. Got 20 pages to go. We're going to be in danger. All of us. Until we put the camera back, Greg insisted. Okay, Shari said quietly. Tomorrow. Say cheese and die. R.L. Stein's Goosebumps. Book number 4. I'm reading the Monster Edition. They got 4 stories in this. So, here's what we got. We got a group of kids. Scooby-Doo gang. They're not really Scooby-Doo gang, but they are miscreants. Those thugs. What happened? They broke into an abandoned building where a supposed crazy man stays. They went snooping around because they were bored. They live in a boring ass town. Parents are at work making the money. Kids left alone, unsupervised, nothing to do. Break into an abandoned building. They find a camera. Well, one of them finds a camera. Hey, take my picture. Say cheese. Take a picture. Like, oh shit. Camera's broken. What you mean? Look. It shows you falling, but you didn't. Ah! Well, you fell now, but you didn't fall when I took the picture. Right. It is a little weird, but oh shit! The crazy man is home. Everybody skedaddle. They make it out. Everybody goes home. This kid's taking these pictures with this magical camera. He took a picture. New car. Dad got a bonus. Probably fucking his secretary. Brought home a new car. Going through a midlife crisis. Like, ooh, I should take a picture of the car. Took a picture of the car. The car is wrecked. Bang. A few days later, his dad getting in an accident. Car is fucked up. His dad's fucked up. He's probably getting roadhead. Who knows? That was the second picture. Came to pasture. Third one, his friend played baseball. They call him Bird. He looked like a stork. Call him Bird. Took a picture of Bird. Bird looks all fucked up in the picture, laying on the ground on the baseball field. Shit happens. Bird's laying on the ground on the baseball field. Bird's laying on the ground on the baseball field. Like, shit, maybe we should stop taking pictures. The girl in the group, Shari, she's like, fuck that.
Extreme night toxicity detected.
That's my parlor trick at the party. Here, take my picture at my birthday party. Takes a picture. Know what happens? She wasn't in the picture. She wasn't in the picture. 10 minutes later, she go missing. Fuck. Frustrated, he rips up the picture. By this time, crazy psycho man, Spidey, is on to him. You motherfucker stole my camera, even though he hasn't told nothing to him yet. He trashed the boy's room looking for his camera. He chased the kids across the street from a public playground where people were. Crazy. They're like, fuck it, we gotta return this camera. Or else, we're gonna be in danger, all of us, until we put it back. Now, let's get started. Something scurried through the tall weeds of the unmown front lawn. What was that? Shari cried, whispering even though no one was in the sight. It was too big to be a squirrel. She lingered behind Greg, who stopped to look at the Kaufman house. Maybe it was a raccoon or something, Greg told her. He gripped the camera tightly in both hands. It was a little after 3 o'clock the next afternoon, a hazy, overcast day. Mountains of dark clouds threatening rain were rolling across the sky, stretched behind the house, casting it in shadow. It's going to storm, Shari said, staying close behind Greg. Let's get this over with and go home. Good idea, he said, glancing up at a heavy sky. Thunder rumbling in the distance, a low roar. The old trees that dotted the front yard whispered and shook. can't just run inside, Greg told her, watching the sky darken. First we have to make sure Spidey isn't there. That's the homeless crazy man. Making their way quickly through the tall grass and weeds, they stopped at the living room window and peered in. Thunder rumbled, low and long in the distance. Greg thought he saw another creature scuttle through the weeds around the corner of the house. It's too dark in there. Can't see a thing, Shari complained. Let's check out the basement, Greg suggested. That's where Spidey hangs out, remember? The sky darkened to an eerie gray-green as they made their way to the back of the house and dropped to their knees to peer down through the basement window at ground level. Squinting through the dust-covered window panes, they could see the makeshift plywood table Spidey had made. The wardrobe against the wall, its door still open, the colorful old clothing spilling out, the empty frozen food boxes scattered on the floor. No sign of him, Greg whispered, cradling the camera in his arm as if it might try to escape from him if he didn't hold it tightly. Let's get moving. Are you sure? Shari stammered. But the thought that she had disappeared for 2 days completely vanished. Sorry. Most likely because of the camera. But the thought that she had disappeared for 2 days completely vanished. Most likely because of the camera. That frightening thought lingered in her mind. Michael and Bird were chickens, she thought, but maybe they were the smart ones. She wished this were over. All over. A few seconds later, Greg and Shari pushed open the front door. They stepped into the darkness of the front hall and stopped and listened. They both jumped at the sound of loud, sudden crash directly behind them. Shari was the first to regain her voice. It's just the door, she cried. The wind. A gust of wind had made the front door slam. Let's get this over with, Greg whispered, badly shaken. We never should have broken into the house in the first place, Shari whispered as they made their way on tiptoe, step by creaking step. Down the dark hallway towards the basement stairs. It's a little late for that, Greg replied sharply, pulling open the door to the basement steps. He stopped again. What's that banging sound upstairs? Shari's features tightened in fear as she heard it too. Repeated, almost rhythmic banging. Shutters, Greg suggested. Yeah, she quickly agreed, breathing a sigh of relief. A lot of shutters are loose, remember? That entire house seemed to groan. Thunder rumbled outside, closer now. They stepped onto the landing and waited for their eyes to adjust to the darkness. Couldn't we just have the camera up here? Just leave the camera up here and run? Shari asked. More of a plea than a question. No, I want to put it back, Greg insisted. But Greg, she tugged at his arm and he started down the stairs. No, he pulled out of her grasp. He was in my room, Shari. He tore everything apart, looking for it. I want him to find it where it belongs. If he doesn't find it, he'll come back to my house. I know he will. Okay. Let's just hurry. It was brighter in the basement. Gray lights seeping down from the four ground level windows. Outside, the wind swirled and pushed against the window pane. A pale flash of lightning made shadows flicker against the basement wall. The old house groaned as if it's unhappy about the storm. What was that? Footsteps? Shari stopped halfway across the basement and listened. It's just the house, Greg insisted. but his quivering voice revealed that he was as frightened as his companion. He stopped to listen too. Bang! 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 The shutter high above them continued its rhythmic pounding. Where did you find the camera anyway? Shari whispered, following Greg to the far wall across the enormous furnace with its cobweb duct sprouting up like pale tree limbs. Over here, Greg told her. Stepped to the work table and reached for its vice clamped on the edge. When I turned the vice, the door opened. Some kind of hidden shelf. That's where the camera. Cranked the handle of the vice. Once again, the door to the secret shelf popped open. Good, he whispered excitedly. He flashed Shari a smile. Shoved the camera onto the shelf, tucking the carrying strap under it. Why did you stand? Who made you stand, buddy? Good, he whispered excitedly. Good, he whispered excitedly. He flashed Shari a smile. He shoved the camera onto the shelf, tucking the carrying strap under it. Then he pushed the door closed. We're out of here. He felt so much better, so relieved, so much lighter. The house groaned and creaked. Greg didn't care. Another flash of light, brighter this time, like a camera flash, sent shadows flickering on the wall. Come on, he whispered. Shari was already ahead of him, making her way carefully over the food cartons, strewn everywhere, hurrying towards the steps. They were halfway up the steps. Greg one step behind Shari, when above them, Spotty stepped silently into view on the landing, blocking their escape. Give me 2 minutes. Greg blinked and shook his head as if he could shake away the image of a figure that stared down darkly down at them. No! Shari cried out and fell back against Greg. Grabbed for the railing, forgetting that it had fallen under Michael's weight during their first unfortunate visit to the house. Luckily, Shari regained her balance before toppling them both down the stairs. Lightning flashed before them, sending a flash of white light across the stairway. But the unmoving figure on the landing above them remained shrouded in darkness. Let's go, Greg finally managed to cry, finding his voice. Yeah, we return your camera, Shari added, sounding shrill and frightened. Spidey didn't reply. Instead, he took a step towards them, onto the first step. Then he descended another step, nearly stumbling against Greg and Shari. Nearly stumbling again, Greg and Shari back down the basement floor. The wooden stairs squeaked in protest as the dark figure stepped slowly, steadily, down. As he reached the basement floor, a cracking bolt of lightning cast the light over him and Greg. Shari saw his face for the first time. In a brief flash of color, they saw that he was old, older than they had imagined, that his eyes were small and round like dark marble, that his mouth was small, pursed in a tight, menacing grin. We returned to the camera. We returned the camera, Shari said, staring in fear as Spidey crept closer. Can we go now, please? Let me see, Spidey said. His voice was younger than his face, warmer than his eyes. Come. They hesitated, but he gave them no choice. Ushering them back across the cluttered floor to the work table, he wrapped his large spidery hand over the vise and turned the handle. The door opened. He pulled out the camera and held it close to his face and examined it. You shouldn't have taken it, he told them, speaking softly, turning the camera in his hand. We're sorry, Shari said quickly. Can we go now? Greg asked, edging towards the stairs. It's not an ordinary camera, Spidey said, raising a small eye to them. We know, Greg blurted out. The pictures it took today. Spiders grew wide, his expression angry. Took pictures with it? Just a few, Greg told him, wishing he had kept his mouth shut. They didn't come out, really. You know about the camera, then, Spidey said, moving quickly to the center of the floor. Was he trying to block their escape, Greg wondered? It's broken or something, Greg said uncertainly, shoving his hand into his jean pocket. It's not broken, the tall, dark figure said softly. It's evil. He motioned towards the lower plywood table. Sit there. Shari and Greg exchanged glances. Then reluctantly they sat down on the edge of the board, sitting stiffly. Nervously, their arms darting towards the stairs, towards escape. The camera is evil, Spider repeated, standing over them, holding the camera in both hands. I should know. I helped create it. I helped to create it. You're an inventor? Greg asked, glancing at Shari, who nervously tugging at the strands of her black hair. I'm a scientist, Spider replied. Or, I should say, I was a scientist. My name is Fredericks, Dr. Fritz Fredericks. He transferred the camera from one hand to another. My lab partner invented the camera, with his pride and joy. More than that, it would have made him a fortune. Would have, I say. He paused, a thoughtful expression sinking in his face. What happened to him? Did he die? Shari asked, fiddling with a strand of her hair. Dr. Frederick snickered. No, worse. I stole the invention from him. I stole the plans and the camera. It was evil, you see. I was young and greedy, so very greedy, and I wasn't above stealing to make my fortune. He paused, eyeing them both as if waiting for them to say something, to offer their disapproval of him, perhaps. But when Greg and Shari remained silent, staring at him from the low plywood table, he continued his story. When I stole the camera, it caught my partner by surprise. Unfortunately, from then on, all of the surprises were mine. A strange, sad smile twisted across his aged face. My partner, you see, was much more evil than I was. Dr. Frederick coughed in his hand. Then he began to pace in front of Greg and Shari as he talked, speaking softly, slowly, as if remembering the story for the first time in a long while. My partner was a true evil one. He dabbed in the dark arts. I should correct myself. He didn't just dabble. He was quite the master of it all. He held the camera up, waving it above his head, then lowering it. My partner put a curse on the camera. If he couldn't profit from it, he wanted to make sure that I would never either. And so, he put a curse on it. He turned his gaze on Greg, leaning over. Do you know about how some primitive peoples fear the camera? They fear the camera because they believe if it takes their picture, it will steal their soul. He patted the camera. But his camera really does steal souls. Staring up at the camera, Greg shuddered. Camera had stolen Shari away. Would they have stolen all of their souls? People have died because of this camera, Dr. Frederick said, uttering a slow, sad sigh. People close. That is how I came to learn of the curse, to learn of the camera's evil. Then I learned something just as frightening. The camera cannot be destroyed. He coughed, cleared his throat noisily, began to pace in front of them again. And so, I vowed to keep the camera a secret, to keep it away from people so it cannot do its evil. I lost my job, my family. I lost everything because of it. But I am determined to keep the camera where it can do no harm. He stopped pacing with his back towards them. He stood silently, shoulders hunched, lost in thought. Greg quickly climbed to his feet and motioned for Shari to do the same. Well, I guess it's good we returned it, he said hesitantly.
Toxicity detected.
Sorry we caused so much trouble. Yeah, we're very sorry, Shari repeated sincerely. Guess it's back in the right hands. Goodbye, Greg said, starting towards the steps. It's getting late and we... No! Dr. Frederick shouted, startling them both. He moved quickly to block the way. I'm afraid you can't go. You know too much. I can never let you leave, Dr. Frederick said, his face flickering in the blue glow of the lightning flash. He crossed his bony arms in front of his black sweatshirt. But we won't tell anyone, Greg said, his voice rising until the words became a plea. Really? Your secret is good with us, Shari insisted, her frightened eyes on Greg. Dr. Frederick stared at them menacingly, but didn't reply. You can trust us, Greg said, his voice quivering. He cast a frightened glance at Shari. Besides, even if we did tell anyone, who would believe us? Enough talk, Dr. Frederick snapped. It won't do any good. I've worked too long and too hard to keep the camera a secret. A gust of wind pushed against the windows, sending up a low howl. The wind carried a drum roll of rain. The sky through the basement windows was as black as night. Can't keep us here forever, Shari cried, unable to keep the growing terror from her voice. The rain pounded against the window now, a steady downpour. Dr. Frederick drew himself up straight, seemed to grow taller. His tiny eyes burned into Shari's. I'm sorry, he said, his voice whispered of regret. So sorry, but I have no choice. He took another step towards them. Greg and Shari exchanged frightening glances. From where they stood, in front of the low plywood table in the center of the basement, the steps seemed 100 miles away. What are you going to do? Greg cried, shouting of a burst of thunder that rattled the basement window. Please, Shari begged, don't. Dr. Frederick moved forward with surprising speed, holding camera in one hand. He grabbed Greg's shoulder with the other. No, Greg screamed, let go. Let go of him, Shari screamed. She suddenly realized that both of Dr. Frederick's hands were occupied. This may be my only chance, she thought. She took a deep breath and lunged forward. Dr. Frederick's eyes bulged as he cried out in surprise as Shari grabbed the camera with both hands and pulled it away from him. He made a frantic grab for the camera, and Greg burst free. Before the desperate man could take another step, Shari raised the camera to her eye and pointed the lens at him. Please, no. Don't push the button, the old man cried. He lurched forward, his eyes wide, and grabbed the camera with both hands. Greg stared in horror at Shari and Dr. Frederick rapidly, both holding onto the camera, each trying desperately to wrestle it away from the other. Flash! A bright burst of light startled them all. Shari grabbed the camera. Run! She screamed. The basement became a whirling blur of grays and blacks as Greg hurtled himself towards the stairs. He and Shari ran side by side, slipping over the food cartons, jumping over tin cans and empty bottles. Rain thundered against the window, the wind howling, pushing against the glass. They could hear Dr. Frederick's angry scream behind them. Did it take our pictures or his? Shari asked. I don't know. Just hurry, Greg screamed. The old man was howling like a wounded animal, his cries competing with the rain and wind pushing at the window. The stairs weren't that far away, but it seemed to take forever to reach them. Forever. Forever. Greg thought Dr. Frederick wanted to keep Shari and him down there. Forever. So many forevers in that. Panting loudly, they both reached the dark stairway. A deafening clap of thunder made them stop and turn around. Huh? Greg cried aloud. To his shock, Dr. Frey hadn't chased after them, and his anguished cries had stopped. The basement was silent. What's going on? Shari cried breathlessly, squinting back into the darkness. It took a great while to realize the dark, rumpled form lying on the floor in front of the work table was Dr. Frederick. What happened? Shari cried, her chest heaving as if struggling to catch her breath, still clinging to the camera strap. She grasped in surprise at the old man's still body, sprawling on his back on the floor. I don't know, Greg replied in a breathless whisper. Reluctantly, Greg started back towards Dr. Frederick, following close behind. Shari uttered a low cry of horror when she clearly saw the fallen man's face. His eyes bulged out, mouth open and twisted in a twisted O of horror. The face stared up at them, frozen, dead. Dr. Frederick was dead. They killed the homeless man after stealing his shit. Shame. What happened? Shari finally managed to say, swallowing hard, forcing herself to turn away from the ghastly, tortured face. I think he died of fright, Greg replied, squeezing her shoulder and not even realizing. Huh? Fright? He knew better than anyone with the camera could do, Greg said. When you snapped his picture, I think you scared him to death. I only wanted to throw him off guard, Shari cried. I only wanted to give us a chance to escape. I didn't think. The picture, Greg interrupted. Let's see the picture. Shari raised the camera. The photo was still half inside the camera. Greg put it out with a trembling hand. He held it up so they both could see it. Wow, he exclaimed quietly. Wow. The photo showed Dr. Fredericks lying on the floor, his eyes bulging, his mouth frozen open in horror. Dr. Frederick's fright, Greg realized, the fright that had killed him, was dead, frozen on film, frozen on his face. The camera had claimed another victim. This time, forever. What do we need to do now? Shari asked, staring down at the figure sprawled at her feet. First, I'm putting this camera back, Greg said, taking it from her and shoving it back into its shelf. He turned the vice handle, and the door to the secret compartment closed. Greg breathed a sigh of relief. Hiding the dreadful camera away made him feel much better. Now, let's go home, called the police. It's a gun! The camera's a gun! Freeze! I don't know. Anyway, now let's go home and call the police, he said. 2 days later, a cool, bright day with gentle breeze rustling the trees. The four friends stopped at the curb, leaning on their bikes, stared up at the Kaufman house. Even in bright sunlight, the old trees that surrounded the house covered it in shade. So you didn't tell the police about the camera? Bird asked, staring up at the dark, empty front window. No, they wouldn't believe it, Greg told him. Besides, the camera should stay locked up forever. Forever. I hope no one ever finds out about it. We told the police we ran into the house to get out the rain, Shari added. And we said we started to explore while we waited for the storm to blow over. And we found the body in the basement. What did Spidey die of? Michael asked, gazing up at the house. Police said it was heart failure, Greg told him. But we know the truth. Wow, I can't believe one old camera could do so much evil, Bird said. I believe it, Greg said quietly. Let's get out of here, Michael urged. He raised his sneakers to the pedal and started to roll away. This place really creeps me out. The other three followed, pedaling away in thoughtful silence. They had turned the corner and were heading up the block when two figures emerged from the back door of the Kaufman house. Joey Ferris and Mikey Ward stepped over the weed, choked lawn onto the driveway. Those jokes aren't too bright, Jerry told his companions. They never even saw us the other day. Never saw us watching them through the basement window. Mickey laughed. Yeah, they're jerks. They couldn't hide this camera from us. No way, man, Joey said. We raised the camera and examined it. Take my picture, Mickey demanded. Come on, let's try it out. Yeah, okay. Joey raised the viewfinder to his eyes. Say cheese. A click, a flash, a whirling sound. Joey pulled the snapshot from the camera, and both boys eagerly herded around it, waiting to see what developed. Say cheese and die by R.L. Stein. That's how it ends. The two evil kids found the evil camera. They killed the man. And lied about it. Killed the man after breaking into his abandoned house. Wasn't bad. Pretty good. I could have swore they were in a backyard barbecue. That could be a different one. Could have been thinking of something else. I know it was a Goosebumps thing, but yeah. So we got another one that's Welcome to Dead House. Then Stay Out of the Basement. I'll officially do those as their own segment. It's not gonna be like Say Cheese and Die where I'm streaming and I interrupt the stream to read. It'll have its own segment. I don't know how I feel about that one. I mean, they broke into somebody's house, stole their shit. What? How is on the recent? Stole somebody's shit, killed them. Sound like gang activity to me. So I don't know. But it's a good story. It was a good story nonetheless. So, actually, oh yeah, ancient ruin. And then we're looking for salvage scrap for ships building and trading. A building that was not in the plan. But it happens. Off work tomorrow. I used a sick day today. I ain't seen my kid in forever. She had made plans with a cousin. But anyway, I said I ain't seen neither one of the kids. That's my kid too. In a while. It's good to see him. Kids, my life.
Technology recharging.
I wouldn't have got to see her if I didn't. I haven't seen my daughter in a few weeks. Because she worked now. Weekends were made for dad. And her mother let her get a job. After I'm like, you don't need one. Only job is to do good in school. Need money for what? You get everything you want. You're an only child. Most you gotta worry about is splitting shit with your cousins sometimes. Like, why she get? That's what you cry about. Snitch kid. Even though she don't cry about it out loud. See her face sometimes.
Technology recharging. Technology recharging. Technology prepared. Technology prepared. Toxic protection falling.
Oh shit. Ah shit. Okay, now where? Bomb! Nuketown. No space.
recharge.
blow up myself, but they don't blow up. And when they move me way back there.
Technology recharge. Component prepared. Component prepared.
Another nuke. Be close. So, have you ever found a cool place to eat?
Toxic protection falling.
Discovered it? Have you find something that was already set up? Alright, this is my new spot. Like, wait a minute, that ain't that far. This is what I was supposed to do before I started building. I should be able to hover straight up off of the damn mountain. If we got a gravity field, damn, did not mean to land it. If we got a gravity field on the fucking thing, how can we not have an anti-gravity field on the spaceship? Does that not exist? The opposite of what gives you gravity.
Technology recharge.
Working on my Kamehameha. My final Kamehameha. Final Kamehameha flash. I know that they came up with Kamehameha to avoid using guns, but why haven't anybody came in with key guns? Yu Hakusho, Yusuke Urameshi. Shoo, 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 shoo. Just seemed like somebody should have been and did it. At least one with a cowboy theme or something. Howdy. Shoot him up big. Trucker hat. Cowboy hat. Yee-haw. Like Doug Thibodeau. Say Yosemite Sam. There's only one thing I look forward to. Actually, I want to start going back to the Caribbean festivals. But ever since they tried to get the Olympics, they fucked it over. Lightning. That's crazy. I was just thinking about going to the store. That shit. That's rolling thunder. Lightning. My phone is on the charger. Make sure my phone's on the charger. Nah, I need to exercise. No goddamn rusted metal. Cause I want to be hot. One hour a day. Want to ride the bike for at least an hour a day. But its use. I haven't used this since I got it. My brother's gonna be here over the weekend. We'll clear out this back room and ask him to help me bring it up here. It ain't gonna do nothing but collect dust in the basement. It's too far. Need everything in arm's reach. She'll be coming around the mountains when she goes. She'll be coming around the mountains when she goes. She'll be coming around the mountains. She'll be coming around the mountains. Coming around the mountains when she goes. Very mannish. I just can't conduct myself as such. Again, I gotta conduct myself in a different manner than most people. They expect more out of me than most people. Rain already. Give me TNA. Alcohol and alcohol. I could use a drink.
Toxin protection fully. See, it's a mission.
really only need one woman. Don't believe that. But I like to fuck variety of women. Maybe. Still a man. I am a person. But I only need one woman. It's easy to be like, you know, it's hard enough to keep a person happy. And it's easy to be like you want multiple people, but like it's just not feasible. Don't make sense. The time it takes to hunt, the time and effort it takes to keep multiple people happy, it's just not productive. It's not efficient. Just illogical. You know? Everybody got to get the dick wet. Everybody got to get that badge penetrated. But it's just highly illogical. Because the companionship, you know, it's a lot more. The companionship and all of that, it's a lot more than just sex. That's why some people be low-key gay. They sleep with women or they sleep with men. But when it comes to companionship, they prefer people of the same gender. Not saying you don't need time with the fellas or you don't need time with the girls. Be like, fuck these hoes. Bros before hoes, clits before dick shit. No. You can say that all you want. I prefer when I look up from whatever the fuck I'm doing, it's a hot chick. I once used to be like that. Then I hit puberty. Even then, you know, still prefer the chicks. What's out there? Outside of trying to get laid, I mean, there's a few fun things to do out there, but really out there to see the sights. For the social, like, not really a social person. So I can't conduct myself how I want. Free be nasty. Want to see ass and titties too? said, I got my primal urges. Well, I mean, can't be out there, got a woman. These primal urges. You know? Gotta carry myself there. End up with nobody. I think at one point that was my nickname too. Be nasty. That's why a lot of my girlfriends didn't trust me. Like, you too freaky to be faithful. Look, baby, just because you see the freak, don't mean everybody gets to see the freak. Yes, got a big sexual appetite. Leave me alone. Is that the one I just came from? Talk to me, I'll be fucking right now. But that's how you get babies. I ain't got the money for babies. Just don't make sense. Got the money. Oh, I'm pulling out. That's why I'm like, huh? I'll make it a big deal. Where my woman? I have to swallow these kids, girl. Saves us both the stress. Swallowing reduce stress by 90%. Don't worry about it if you're pregnant. And listen. Guys, poopy. Gotta put a ring on it. You want my baby? And you gotta sign a prenup. I'll be back. GG, good game, Gap Games, gapgames.com. Talk about it.